Hey fans, welcome to Dr. C. Keith Connor Field, home of the Warriors, for today's scheduled doubleheader. Glad you could join us if you're out there listening. Kind of a unique series this weekend as these two teams actually played game one of the three-game series yesterday up in Charlotte. Warriors traveled up to play Queens. They're going to finish up the series here in Central South Carolina with the doubleheader first pitch scheduled here any second now. We'll get the infield-outfield set for Southern Wesleyan here shortly. Last night, Queens did pick up the Game 1 win, defeating Southern Wesleyan 16-3. We'll briefly recap that here in a few moments as well. Queens comes into today's doubleheader, 22-16 overall. They actually play in the South Atlantic Conference, so this just happened to be both teams' bye weekend. And in doing so, is how this game was actually scheduled. They are 13-5 in the South Atlantic Conference. Play really well at home, 12-3 overall. Struggled just a little bit on the road as they are 10-12. And we'll talk more about their batting order here shortly. Warriors coming at 9-28, 2-19 in the conference. Again, this is their bye weekend as well before they'll play. I believe it's going to be Erskine College next weekend. We'll double-check that. Jake Wisniewski on the mound for the Warriors. Jake comes in with an 8.13 ERA, 2-2 overall. This is going to be his 11th appearance and the 5th game that he has started. Riley Cheek leading off for Queens. He comes in with a .298 batting average, 5 home runs, 27 RBIs, so a little more power than you would anticipate from a leadoff hitter. Wisniewski's first pitch up and in. Josh Galloway working over at third. Josh Asbel at shortstop, DJ Ludwig at second, and Jordan Montgomery at first. And this ball's hit deep right center field, and Chance Fogle over to record the first out of the day. Another windy day. Seemed like the last 2.5 weeks we've had a brisk wind at all of our outdoor events. It's blowing straight out to left field, so right-handed hitters may have a little bit of an advantage today. Ground ball over Montgomery, just off his glove. Moves out to right center field, but not enough for Sassapan to advance to second base. Left fielder Nick Brassington steps in. He's Queens' leading hitter. Comes in at .378, 12 home runs, 43 RBIs. So having a very productive season thus far for the Royals. Fans are still making their way to the ballpark. A lot of activities in the area, including Clemson's spring football game over in Death Valley. Lacrosse is at home today at 1 o'clock. Softball is on the road, as is tennis. Fly ball sent out to center field, but the wind's not going to keep that one up, and Ty King Richards quickly in. We have Royals at first and second.
Now batting number 37, Dylan Lewis.
Dylan Lewis steps in, runners first and second. Lewis has 3 home runs, 22 RBIs, hitting .369. Royals are hitting .305 as a team, so good offensive club including 40 home runs as we enter April. And the stretch run for most Division II baseball teams, as conference tournaments will be cranking up toward the end of April. Wisniewski evens the count at 1-1. And now he's ahead 1-2. Lewis was 3 for 4 last night with a run scored, an RBI, and a walk, so a productive evening for him in Game 1 of this series. He's going to slap this one out just over the head of DJ Ludwig, and that's going to score 1 run, and he's going to move into second base. So now we've got a couple of Royals in scoring position for Queens.
Now batting number 6, Garrett Evans.
Garrett Evans steps in. He was 1 for 4 last night, but did have a couple of RBIs. He's hitting .278, 4 home runs, 31 RBIs. Wisniewski falls behind 1-0. There's a fly ball hit deep center field, and you can tell the wind continued to carry that baseball, as that would have been a routine fly ball. Instead, Ty King Richards caught that one about 30 feet or so in front of the left center field fence.
Now batting number 33, Carter Foster.
Sacrifice fly scores the second run for Queens. Then they have a runner 90 feet away, but 2 outs here. Right fielder Carter Foster brings 6 home runs, 30 RBIs to the park today, hitting .331. As I mentioned, tennis is on the road. They are actually one of their longer trips of the season at Barton and Shawan. There's a ground ball out to Galloway. He'll pick it up and retire the side. So we'll continue where the rest of the Warrior athletic teams are out. Head of the bottom of the first, 2-0 Royals. Warriors coming to bat.
Place for you, where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
All right, fans, welcome back to Dr. C. Keith Connor Field. Royals quickly up with 2 runs in the top half of the first inning. Southern Wesleyan getting their opportunity to match that here in the bottom half of the first. As we mentioned, tennis, one of their longer trips within the conference. They left out Thursday afternoon. Barton and then Shawan today. Softball is heading over to Converse. They'll play a doubleheader. And lacrosse is actually the only other home event we have here this weekend outside of baseball. And they are hosting Belmont Abbey. And that match game should be underway as they start at 1 o'clock as well.
It is currently 7-0 we are losing.
Will Pitts be leading off for Southern Wesleyan. Will hitting .333, 1 home run, 15 RBIs, so it's going to be Will's 32nd start of the season. And I've mentioned this in prior games and broadcasts. It's good to see Will getting an opportunity to get some playing time as he's continued to work hard throughout his career here at Southern Wesleyan. Swinging the bat really well this season. He's had several multi-hit games over the last 5 to 6. Wind blowing 15 to 20 with gusts up to 25-30 according to the forecast. So, and as we mentioned, it is straight out to left field. So routine fly balls could get pushed to the track, and balls to the track could get pushed for home runs. Exactly not what pitchers are looking forward to today. Count now even at 2-2. Pop up back our way. And as it tends to happen, fans usually duck instead of looking up. I've never quite understood that one. Pitch high and in tight for Will. Will, a local product from Greer High School. He'll be graduating this May, working with a full count and wanting to do some type of front office work in professional baseball. So hopefully Will can continue to work his way up. He has some internships that has put him in place to do just that. Chance Fogle will make his way to the plate. Chance hitting .315. He was leading the Warriors for a substantial amount of time. Him and Zach O'Malley. O'Malley's still hitting .379. Chance collected his first home run of the season. I believe it was last Saturday against Francis Marion. A called strike. That's going to push the count to 3-1. Slight shift on the infield for Fogle, and he'll draw a walk. Josh Galloway in for the Warriors now with one out, and Chance Fogle on at first base. Galloway hitting .372. His average has climbed dramatically over the last few weeks. He's been starting to hit, been on fire. Fogle looking to run here soon. There's a pitch on the inside, so Parker Pillsbury waits on deck. And Galloway promptly takes advantage of the shift on the infield, and that's going to allow Fogle to advance to third. So a good piece of hitting once again by Josh Galloway, and we've been able to see that his entire career here at Southern Wesleyan. Kid can hit. Pillsbury was 2 for 4 last night with a run scored and 2 RBIs. Parker also picked up his 3rd home run of the season last night up in Charlotte. He's starting to swing the bat a little bit better too, hitting .318. 3 home runs, 8 RBIs, runners at the corners. And Chance Fogle stands 90 feet away from the Warriors' first run. We'll be here for a doubleheader. This first game will be a 7-inning. Second game will be a 9-inning. Staying with the conference format for both Conference Carolinas and South Atlantic. That's going to be deep enough to score Fogle. So a good piece of hitting there by Pillsbury with a sacrifice fly. Warriors get 1 run back.
Take off the ball, or
I'm gonna put the next at bat on there and it'll take it off.
the balls. Yeah, it says it's a 1-0. But other than that, yeah.
22, 27.
Yeah, I can.
Justin Offshank, the pitcher for the Royals. He's 2-0. This is going to be his 10th start on the season. Brings a 4.65 ERA into today's game. That one just off the outer half. Bo Shaw was the starter last night. Excuse me, rather yesterday afternoon for Southern Wesleyan. 4 2/3. He picked up the loss. Sean Sute, Josh Fenton, and Sandy Johnson actually got some time in as well on the mound. A high strike there from Montgomery. Montgomery, a junior college transfer from Catawba Valley. And another walk there from Montgomery. Center fielder Ty King Richards will make his way to the plate. Ty's increased his average to .295. No home runs, but he does have 19 RBIs. He's actually second on the team in RBIs. We're going to have a quick mound visit. We'll take a break and be back with you here shortly. Quick mound visit there for the Royals. Pitching coach not liking exactly what he was seeing. A little bit of command issues here for Queens to start off. And Ty Keene's going to send this one out to short right field. And that's going to retire the side. So Ty King Richards pops up, the third out for the Warriors, but not before they get one back. They cut it in half. Queens 2, Southern Wesleyan 1.
To McAllister's is like visiting a lifelong friend. One who believes the recipe for good times calls for heartfelt conversation over a handcrafted meal. Knows just how you like your tea. Always has a refill ready. And welcomes every guest with their favorite food made to order. The kind of friend who is always up for trying something new. And who you can count on for that familiar feeling of home. McAllister's Deli. Great food brings us together.
Now batting number 22, Nick Alderfer.
Nick Alderfer is going to lead off the top of the second for Queens. Nick hitting .231, no home runs, 5 RBIs, and this is his 13th start on the season for the Royals. Ground ball out to Asbel, the transfer from Charleston Southern, and he'll record the first out here in the second inning.
Now batting number 13, Mason Pickard.
Third baseman Mason Pickard. Mason getting his 13th start. He takes the first pitch from Wisniewski. Back up the middle. That's going to be the third hit on the day for Queens.
Now batting number 28, Nick Melton.
Nick Melton was 2 for 3, 2 runs scored, and an RBI yesterday. He had a productive first game of the series. Queens had 17 hits. The runners off on the pitch, and Pitts was hoping he could get batter interference, but not going to happen there as he did stay in the box. I mentioned Queens had 17 hits on the day yesterday. Southern Wesleyan had 8, and Hunter Hubbard is going to come out, and I think he's going to ask if indeed there was batter interference. He's going to check with the field umpire just to make sure. You don't actually have to make contact with the catcher for that to be called, as long as the catcher is obstructed in some form or fashion by rule. But you rarely see that called unless there is contact made. And we're not going to get that call here this afternoon. Nick Melton hitting .319, 2 home runs, 19 RBIs as Wisniewski evens the count at 1-1. And runner's going to be off on the pitch, and the throw's going to go into left field, and that's going to allow Pickard to reach home safely for the third run of the day for Queens. So an error by Will Pitts on the throw allows Queens to score the third run. And Melton's going to head back to the dugout with a strikeout.
Now batting number 3, Riley Cheek.
Leadoff hitter Riley Cheek 0 for 1 today. He was 1 for 4 last night with a couple runs scored and a walk. That pitch down, 1-0 for Riley. Wisniewski evens the count at 1-1. Swinging a foul ball back toward us. Infield pretty much straight up, as is the outfield. Left fielder Parker Pillsbury slightly deeper than he would be on an average day, just simply due to the wind. And that pitch is going to be in there for a called third strike. So Jake Wisniewski ends up the top half of the second with a strikeout, but not before Royals pick up another run. It's 3-1. We're heading to the bottom half of the second inning.
This is Conference Carolinas.
Zach O'Malley's going to step in for the Warriors, and Zach has been leading the team in hitting all season long. He was flirting with 400 clip there for a while. He's at 379 now. Leads the team in home runs with 5, and he's third on the team with RBIs with 17. So having a very productive spring campaign. He takes that one down. Royals playing Zach slightly to pull as he fouls this one off back behind third base. Zach has good power to all fields, as many lefties do. He calls right center. It's power alley for him, and here's the pitch, and he's going to send that one to left field for a base hit, so good piece of hitting there by O'Malley. Gets the leadoff hitter on for the Warriors. And Josh Asbill make his way to the plate with 3 home runs, 18 RBIs. Josh was 0 for 3. Yesterday he did have 1 walk. We'll see if Southern Wesleyan can cut into the Royal lead here even more so. Big swing and a miss there by Asbill. As I mentioned, Josh is a graduate student. He's a transfer from Charleston Southern. This is his first spring here at Southern Wesleyan. Comes from a baseball family, and he hits this one out to second base, but it's not going to be a time for a double play there. Royals attempting a 4.63, but wasn't quite quick enough. DJ Ludwig was 0 for 4 yesterday up in Charlotte. Second baseman steps in. He's hitting .211. Has 10 stolen bases on the season, so he's second on the team in stolen bases. Chance Fogle leads with 17. And DJ takes that first pitch down for a 1-0 count. DJ calls Aiken, South Carolina, his home, and he sends that one out to the shortstop, and O'Malley going to get back just in time over at first base to prevent being doubled off. Will Pitts Will's going to see this first pitch out to left field, and that's going to end the inning for Southern Wesleyan. So we'll head to the top of the third, still 3-1 Queens.
Place for you, where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
13, MJ Sasapan.
MJ Sasapan hitting 284. Be the leadoff hitter here in the third inning for Queens. Queens has 3 runs off three hits. Southern Wesleyan 1 run off 2 hits. A couple of errors for Southern Wesleyan. Jake Wisniewski starting his third inning of work. 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned, 2 strikeouts. That one's going to be just down and away. 3-0 count now for Sasapan. And that's going to be the first walk of the day for Jake Wisniewski on 4 pitches. Nick Brassington, Queens' leading hitter.
Batting number 12, Nick Brassington.
Sure, he's upwards in the South Atlantic Conference offensive categories, hitting .378. Impressive 12 home runs and 43 RBIs. Plays left field for the Royals. Wind kind of shifting, going right to left. Could make for an interesting day down in Augusta as well. Wisniewski evens the count. 1-1. Attendance a little lower than you would anticipate on a Saturday. That could be for multiple reasons, one being the weather. And some of the locals may actually be at the spring game down at Clemson. There's a swing and a foul ball off in the Warrior dugout. We are fortunate to be in the climate-controlled press box. And volleyball is assisting us this afternoon, along with the stat guru, Mr. Isaac. And Wisniewski's going to step off. Does not make a throw to first. And that's going to be up and in. Going to hit Brassing. He'll take off to first base. Runners at first and second now.
Now batting number 37, Dylan Lewis.
Dylan Lewis, your hitter now for Queens.
The program here cuts off the did of Dylan, so it says did of Lewis.
Wisniewski with a long look in. That pitch is going to be up and gets away from Pitts. So that pass ball is going to allow runners at first and third now. So will place the infield alignment. Southern Wesleyan be double play depth up the middle. Left and center a little deeper than normal. But playing straight up. And that pitch is down. There's a strike for Wisniewski. We'll try to get you caught up with other baseball action in the conference. As we mentioned, Southern Wesleyan with their bye week inside the conference, and thus the series with Queens. Runner at first is all foul ball off to the right. So we'll set that back up and start all over again. North Greenville defeated King yesterday 11-1. Manual upended Shawan 7-3. Belmont Abbey 15, Erskine 6, and Francis Marion defeated Mount Olive 6-3. So that's a big win for the Patriots. Those teams will do it all over again today. That pitch down in the dirt. Now runners at second and third. The strikeout for Lewis.
Number 6, Garrett Evans.
Garrett Evans hitting .278 with 4 home runs. So stolen base and a strikeout there. First base was occupied, so unable to advance, and this is going to get through 5-6 hole, and one more Queens run will cross the plate, pushes it to 4-1.
Now batting, number 33, Carter Foster.
The right fielder, Carter Foster, steps into the box. He shows bunt, and ball in the dirt allows the runner to advance to second. We have no swing. So on appeal, field umpire says there was no attempt made at the bunt. Foster takes this one across for a strike. Evens the count at 1-1. Will with a good job there, keeping that one in front of him. Partly sunny day here at the Con. Expecting the clouds to break away for a little more sun here. And perhaps the wind to die down. And if that happens, it'll be a nice day at the park. That one's going to get away from Pitts and into the Queens dugout on ball 4. That's going to be the 5th run to cross the plate here for the Royals. And that's going to prompt a visit from Hunter Hubbard. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back to you after this mound visit. Nick Alderfer steps in with runners at the corners now for Queens. Still just one out here. And Wisniewski steps off and fakes the throw to first again. You don't see that quite often. And that runner's off. And that throw is going to be attempted to throw down to second. Wisniewski threw his glove up, and not sure if that was just a reaction or anticipated the ball being off target at second base. And there's a swing and a miss. Middle's about halfway. Want to be able to take the opportunity to go play at the plate if the ball's hit right at them, or get the out if they have to move one way, left or right. In an attempt to keep Queens from reaching their 6th run. And there's another swing and a drop third strike, but doesn't get away this time from Pitt, so second out is recorded.
Now batting number 13, Mason Pickard.
Mason Pickard steps in. Mason was 3 for 6 yesterday with an RBI. He had a lot of at-bats in that game. In fact, I believe he was the only one of the original starting 9 to play the entire game at third base, and he sends this one high and deep to left field, and the wind's going to continue to carry this one out for a 3-run home run. So that one was hit well, even without the wind. So that pushes the Queens lead to 7 at 8-1.
Batting number 28, Nick Melton.
Nick Melton, the shortstop. And he's going to show bunt off into the Queens dugout. Riley Cheek stands on deck, will hit if he reaches safely, and it's going to be a ground ball out to Asbel, and he finishes the inning there with a 6-3. So Warriors coming up in the bottom of the 3rd inning, they're trailing 8-1.
To McAllister's is like visiting a lifelong friend. One who believes the recipe for good times calls for heartfelt conversation over a handcrafted meal. Knows just how you like your tea, always has a refill ready, and welcomes every guest with their favorite food made to order. The kind of friend who is always up for trying something new, and who you can count on for that familiar feeling of home. McAllister's Deli. Great food brings us together.
All right, welcome back. Chance Fogle going to lead off this third inning for Southern Wesleyan. See if Chance can get something going for the Warriors. He reached on a walk earlier and actually scored the lone run for Southern Wesleyan. Chance was 1 for 5 yesterday as they played up at Queens, as we've mentioned. Unique series here this weekend. Game 1 up in Charlotte and game 2 and 3 here today on the campus of Southern Wesleyan, and that pitch is going to be a strike. So Chance now down 0-2. Chance is a good patient hitter. He doesn't mind hitting deep in the count as Queens pulls a pull shift, and Fogle tries taking that one down the third base line. We've seen a couple of teams do this against Southern Wesleyan when they get in the 2-strike count. Go from a slightly pull shift to a pull shift. North Greenville did it pretty much predominantly throughout the weekend, so he did it against all the left-handed hitters. I do remember Parker Pillsbury was able to take advantage of it and slap one down the third base line for a base hit. We'll see if Fogle can do the same, and that pitch is just going to be inside for a 2-2 count now. A little bit of action starting to happen down in the Warrior bullpen. And there's a pitch Fogle's going to send out to center field, and Wynn's going to keep that one up for the first out of the third inning. Josh Galloway, the transfer from USC Sakahatchee, going to be playing up in the Alaska Baseball League this summer with Athletes in Action, so he'll have an opportunity to play baseball where the sun never sets. And there's a swing and a foul at the plate. If you're familiar with Alaska Baseball League, they have the Midnight Sun game. The game actually starts at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m., and they're playing baseball at midnight with no artificial light. So a very unique game that they host every summer. That pitch is down, gets Galloway to swing, so he'll change his approach here with an 0-2 count. As I mentioned, his first at bat, he's really starting to swing the bat well these last few weeks. He struggled a little bit early on. But now playing more consistently and being a force at the plate for Southern Wesleyan. He's going to send this one out to right center field, but it's going to hang up just a bit too much as Foster settles in and makes the play. Pillsbury takes the first pitch for a ball. Parker comes via Florida State and Chipola College down in Florida. He'll be graduating in May as well. A host of Warriors graduating here in a few weeks. 2-1 count now. Parker battled a slight hamstring pull a couple of weeks ago, but he seems to be back and healthy now. Had a sacrifice fly back in the first inning. Sends this one out to left field. Trying to take advantage of the wind, but not before Brassington was able to take a couple steps back and make the catch. We've completed 3 here at the Con. 8-1 Queens.
On weekends, we spend a little bit of time by the river playing Alabama songs we get nasty. Forget about the money, we can worry about it Monday. So for now, there's nothing more than we have to. I don't know about y'all, but I'm thinking that we should all take the day.
Riley Cheek steps in for Queens. He is the leadoff hitter.
Now batting
He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout
Riley Cheek.
on the day. Cheek was just under the 300 mark coming into today's game. He takes that pitch for a strike. Jake Wisniewski back out on the mound for Southern Wesleyan. His 4th inning of work. He's up to 64 pitches, 5 hits, 8 runs, 6 are earned. A couple of walks and 4 strikeouts for the Lexington High School product. There's a swing and a miss, so Wisniewski starts the top of the 4th off with a strikeout.
Now batting number 16, MJ Sasapan.
MJ Sasapan, he's 0 for 1, but he has scored 2 runs, including a walk. There's a pitch right back to Wisniewski. He'll jog over to first base and toss it, and we do have a left-hander warming up in the Warrior bullpen.
12, Nick Brassington.
Still with a hoodie on, but it most likely might be Devin Bond. Starting to toss around a little bit. Not sure who Game 3 starter will be. I know Jacob Standridge, I believe, is unavailable today, so it could be a host of starters for the Warriors. As we mentioned, Bo Shaw pitched last night. Sean Sute pitched 1/3 of an inning, only threw 6 pitches, so he could be available again today. And there's a out to center field as Ty King Richards comes in. So a quick 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning, 8-1 Queens.
place for you where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
Jordan Montgomery, the leadoff hitter, here in the bottom of the fourth. Congratulations to the softball team. They picked up a Game 1 victory over Converse, 8-5, so they'll be starting Game 2 here shortly. They split with UNC Pembroke yesterday, and Montgomery sends this one back off to our left. Senior day, and Delaney Byers actually had what turned out to be the game-winning RBI, solo home run, sent the Warriors to a victory, and just like that, Royals infield shifts to the right for a pull, and Montgomery tries to drop a bunt down the third base line, but couldn't pull that off, and now third baseman is actually going to go out towards second base, and shortstop's going to play his normal position. And the swing and a miss is going to be down. It's going to force a throw from the catcher. And they will head back to their normal positions.
See, in that situation, like, the 5 is really playing like a 4. It's like what I said as a 5 or a half.
Ty King Richards makes his way with one out here in the bottom of the fourth.
I think you set the player.
Yeah.
And that pitch is going to be on the outer half of the and Ty Keen's going to send this one out to center field. It's going to drop just in front of Lewis. Going to be the third hit of the game now for Southern Wesleyan. Zach O'Malley, see if he can get something started here in the bottom of the fourth. We are playing just 7 here in Game 1, as is traditional on conference weekend, even though this is a non-conference matchup. So we'll play 7, then a 9 in Game 3 of the series. O'Malley first pitch swinging, and then that one's going to stay in, and the third baseman's going to make a nice play in the wind and in foul territory. So Pickard stays with that one. That's a tough play in that position for a third baseman with the wind and coming off the bat of a left-handed hitter. So Pickard making a nice play Couple outs now for Asbel. Josh is 0 for 1. Comes from a baseball family. And he sees that first pitch down. Good stop there by Sassapan. Should Asbel reach DJ Ludwig, will be the next hitter with potentially a couple of runners on base. And Asbel pushes the count to 3-0. As we mentioned, softball got the win. Lacrosse struggling a little bit with Belmont Abbey. They have about 4 starters injured, so their numbers are low today, facing one of the top teams in the conference. And the foul ball for Asbel. As we mentioned, track was competing earlier in the weekend. Tennis is up in North Carolina. And women's soccer is actually playing one of their spring games up at Bavard later this afternoon. And it's going to be pretty cool up there. Probably highs in the 40s by the time that match gets underway. Ty King off with the pitch, as you might expect, and Asbel sends this one deep to right field. Going to one-hop the fence, so that should get Richards in since he was off on the pitch with 2 outs. So Josh Asbel with a stand-up double gets the second run of the day for Southern Wesleyan. And that will bring DJ Ludwig to the plate. DJ 0 for 1 in this early afternoon. Shanka is at the 60 pitch mark. 2 walks and a couple of strikeouts to go with that. And Love was going to send this one back up the middle, and that should score Asbel with 2 outs. And that's going to put it to 8-3 Queen. So Southern Wesleyan with a couple runs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. That's going to get the Royals bullpen stirring. And roll over the top of the lineup here for Southern Wesleyan in form of Will Pitts. Will's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. He's due this game. See if Will can get into one and take advantage of this wind. Put the Warriors within 3 with a big fly. One's fouled off at the plate. Push the count to 1-1. Should Will reach Chance Fogle. right-hander in the bullpen for Queens. Currently no action down in the Warrior bullpen. Probably get to throwing back here at the top of the fifth. Looks like Daniel Bagwell getting loose down in the Queens bullpen, rather. He's 3-1 on the season with a 2.91. 12 appearances. And Ludwig is off on the pitch, and that one's going to get to the backstop. And DJ's going to hold there at second base wisely with 2 outs. Base hit should score him anyway. Long look in by Shanka. And Pitts is going to send this out to shortstop, and one hop over to first base is going to retire Pitts 6-3, but not before Southern Wesleyan picks up a couple of runs. So we'll head to the top half of the fifth inning, 8-3 Queens. We're back here at Connor Field after the Warriors scored 2 runs in the bottom of the fourth to cut the lead to 8-3.
Now batting number 37, Dylan Lewis.
Wisniewski back out for his 5th inning of work. Center fielder Lewis at the plate, swings and misses. And Lewis going to send this one out to center field. Ty King Richards is going to watch it as the wind takes that one over the center field wall. That was a great example of a batted ball that Ty would have caught just short of the wall, but the wind, as high as it was, continued to carry that one out. We've seen that happen the last couple of weeks as we've had a very windy 2.5 weeks here in Central, more so than usual. So just like that, Queens gets one of the 2 runs back in the top half of the 5th. It's 9-3 now. First baseman Garrett Evans, 4 home runs and 31 RBIs.
Is it 2-1? I have 1-1.
That was Lewis's 4th home run of the season, and that one's going to be off the hip. And he'll trot down to first base.
Now batting number 33, Carter Foster.
Right fielder Carter Foster. In with 1 Royal on base. Evans going to get the stolen base there. Queens not an excessive base stealing team. They only had 45 coming in. And that pop-up, Montgomery battles the conditions and makes the catch just in foul territory for the first out. Nick Alderfer.
Number 22, Nick Alderfer.
Nick is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. And that one's going to just miss him. Actually, it actually hit him. I was thinking that he was originally hit by the pitch.
Now batting number 13, Mason Pickard.
So runners at first and second now, and Pickard steps in at third baseman. He's 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs and a couple of runs scored. Add on a couple of stolen bases, so Pickard having a productive game here, the first of the doubleheader. He's going to jump ahead 1-0 there. Warrior bullpen a little more active now. And that one's going to, I thought, hit Pickard as well, but must have just missed. Devin Bond getting warmed up in the Warrior bullpen. This one's going to be off to our right. Montgomery's not going to give up chase, but Wynn couldn't push it quite back far enough. Ends up at the entry of the pipe, if you're familiar with Connor Field. Pipe was actually replaced about a month ago, so runs directly under the outfield. So if you are familiar with the campus, you know exactly what we're talking about, and both runners are going to be off. That pitch is actually going to be picked by Pitts, so he didn't have time to make the throw, or rather make the throw in time. So runners advance to second and third. Bagwell still getting loose down in the Queens bullpen. Wisniewski going to go with a windup, and since a runner at second and third now, and Pickard started off toward first base, anticipating ball 4, but he was called back. So full count. And that pitch is down in the dirt off the plate, and this looks like it might be the end of the day for Wisniewski. And it will be as Hunter Hubbard comes out, makes the call to the bullpen. Devin Bond will be making his way out with one out. We'll take a break and be back shortly.
Wake up and focus. I wonder if you ever considered that you only have one life to live. I wonder if you have the courage to be exactly who you were called to be. I wonder if you understand that you can do anything if only you believe it. I wonder if anyone told you that you can be a leader, a trendsetter, the innovator of that brand new whatever that's not here yet, but that's only because you didn't introduce it yet. I wonder if you realize that your life's purpose is bigger than you and that it's ready to be awakened and make its mark in history. Are you awake yet? But what if there's a place for you? A place where you can dream higher, dream bigger, where your dreams and your future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where professors are more like mentors and guides, where generosity is contagious. And if you catch it, you might just change the world, y'all. There is a place where real faith-filled community allows you to know and be fully known, where faith is filled to the brim, so full it can wash away your doubts, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, where your story can be written and change the course of history. And that place, Southern Wesleyan University. So it's time to wake up. You only have one life to live, because this is not a drill. This is not about cliches, shallow taglines, or some inspirational quote for you to tweet, snap, pin, or post. No, this is where snooze buttons are frozen, alarm clocks are broken, where feet hit the floor because dreams are now woken. This is it. Awaken your dreams. Awaken your soul. Awaken your purpose. This, Southern Wesleyan University.
Devin Bond out on the mound for the Warriors. He's going to come in with the bases loaded and one out. So a tough situation here for Bond, the Easley native, former Green Wave. And all-speed pitch, bat goes flying into the Warrior dugout. Ludwig out and makes the catch. So you rarely see a ball put in play and the bat go flying off. You typically see a swing and a miss. So that was kind of an unusual play there. Fortunately, the Warriors were paying attention. So Bond comes in and gets the first hitter he faces to pop out to the second baseman. Another all-speed pitch is going to be off the plate. Riley Cheek, the designated hitter, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Big opportunity for Devin here to get out of this inning unscathed. Queens now has 6 hits. Warriors have 5. 9-3 game here in the 5th inning. And that pitch is going to get down and get past Pitts. And that's going to allow one Royal to make his way to the plate. So Evans crosses the plate. That pitch down. 3-1 now on Cheek. Catcher Sassapan waits on deck. Should Cheek reach here safely. And that pitch just misses. Loads the bases back up for Sassapan. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of runs scored. Reached via a walk and error early in the game.
NJ Sassapan.
10-3 now. Queens on top here in the top of the fifth. Outfield pretty much straight up. And going to send this one out to center field. It's going to drop in front of Ty King Richards, and that's going to allow a couple of runs to push across the plate and push the lead to 12-3.
Now batting number 12, Nick Brasington.
Just prior to the pitch, Ty King Richards was taking a few steps in, but not shallow enough to make the play. Line drives are going to pretty much stay normal. The high fly balls today are going to be impacted by the wind. We've seen that happen a couple of times, and both runners are off. And Will Pitts throws to second to try to get the trail runner. So Queens are absolutely having their day on the base pass today. Couple more runners in scoring position, and this one's going to be sent down the left field line. Pillsbury over and makes the catch right on the foul line. I believe my view was partially obstructed by the clubhouse, but that ends the inning, or ends the top half of the inning. Not before Queens gets 4 runs here, so it's 12-3 Queens. Will be back.
Place for you, where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
Chance Vogel steps in. Daniel Bagwell is the new pitcher for Queens, so we'll be able to close the book here. On off Shanka. Fogle quickly at the 3-0 count here, and Bagwell coming in, struggling with the first hitter he's facing here in the 5th inning. And Fogle going to trot down to first base. Josh Galloway, third baseman for Southern Wesleyan. See if he can get something started here in the bottom of the 5th. Josh is 1 for 2. That pitch is going to be down in the dirt, so that's the 5th straight ball, and that's going to prompt a visit from the dugout. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back shortly.
Wake up and focus. Awaken your dreams. Awaken your soul. Awaken your purpose. This is Southern Wesleyan University.
So a quick visit by the pitching coach of Queens after Bagwell has delivered 5 consecutive balls here, and that one's going to be down in the zone too. So you'd think now the Warrior hitters will wait and see a strike and not assist Bagwell in his command, and Fogle's going to be off on the pitch for a stolen base, and that's going to be Chance's 18th stolen base on the season, so he's approaching the 20 mark. And we're at 3-0 against Galloway, so now 7 consecutive pitches have not found the strike zone. And that one's going to cross the plate for Bagwell. Bagwell typically doesn't have command issues. He has 25 strikeouts and only 8 walks. And Galloway is going to toss his bat away, but got to pick it back up because the umpire called that one a strike on the outer half. So full count, and you would assume anywhere in the vicinity of the strike zone, Galloway is going to be swinging rather. And he fouls that one off. Bagwell making his 13th appearance, all out of the bullpen. He is 3-1 with a 2.91 ERA, so statistically speaking, he is one of the better pitchers for Queens here, especially out of the bullpen. And Galloway is going to send this one to right field. Good piece of 2-strike hitting there for Galloway as he picks up his 2nd hit on the day. So runners at the corners, no outs. First and third call here by Sassapan. And Parker Pillsbury steps in. And Parker takes a strike. As we mentioned, Parker will be graduating 1st of May, as will several other Warriors. Some taking advantage of their COVID year, and some are going to go ahead and graduate. We've seen an influx of graduate students, and we'll continue to see more over the next year or two as many are taking advantage of their COVID year exceptions. and getting that spring of 2020, fall of 2020 year season back. Parker's going to send this one to the second baseman. If he had him played perfectly, misplays the ball just a little bit. Enough time for Parker to get down to prevent the double play. So Galloway's retired at second. Fogel scores for Southern Wesleyan. There's a swing by Montgomery. So 12-4 now. Southern Wesleyan cuts into the lead.
I think you're good. There haven't been many errors this game.
That one's going to be sent to left center field. Wynn's going to push that one, but not enough. And Pillsbury is going to have to retreat back to first base. So Ty King Richard steps in with 2 outs. So Montgomery gave that one a ride up in the jet stream, but center fielder Lewis was able to get there just short of what would be the warning track. Wind is starting to gust a little bit more now. Pillsbury at first, and that pitch down, but not enough for Parker to advance. Left-hander in the bullpen for Queens. Nobody, no action in the Warrior pen as Ty King sends this one off to our right, just in front of the Queens dugout. Bagel with a long look in. Southern Wesleyan will host Limestone University on Tuesday here at the Con. 6 o'clock first pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Ty King Richard strikes out. Warriors pick up a run. We'll head to the top half of the 6th inning, 12-4 Queens.
To McAllister's is like visiting a lifelong friend. One who believes the recipe for good times calls for heartfelt conversation over a handcrafted meal. Knows just how you like your tea. Always has a refill ready. And welcomes every guest with their favorite food made to order. The kind of friend who is always up for trying something new, and who you can count on for that familiar feeling of home. McAllister's Deli. Great food brings us together.
Center fielder for Queens takes a strike, first pitch. As we mentioned before the break, Southern Wesleyan hosting Limestone, first pitch 6 o'clock on Tuesday. Then they'll head to Erskine College Friday, Saturday, getting back into the conference schedule down in Due West, South Carolina. There's going to be a hard hit ball out to Galloway, who fields and throws over to Montgomery to retire Lewis.
Now batting number 6, Garrett Evans.
Garrett Evans 1 for 2 today with a couple of RBIs and a run scored. Here in the top of the 6th. This is the 7-inning game. There's a high hopper out to Galloway. It's going to be foul. Evans back in after fouling this off down the third base line. Bond still in, getting his second inning of work. Wisniewski closed the book on him, 4 1/3 innings. 6 hit, 12 runs, 10 earned. Struck out 5 and walked 3. As I mentioned, Bond is in his second inning of work. Another ground ball over to Galloway. He makes the play after scoring at home 5-3. And right fielder Foster is going to step in.
Now batting number 33, Carter Foster.
Bond looks in, and this one's going to be sent line drive to Asbill. So quick inning for Devin Bond. Warriors will be coming up, bottom of the 6th. Still 12-4 Queens.
This is Conference Carolinas.
Zach O'Malley steps in. 1 for 2 today. Had an opposite field base hit earlier. Bagwell in for his second inning of work, and O'Malley sends this one back up the box. So now it's a couple of hits, a couple of good swings from designated hitter today. Josh Asbill had an RBI double. Down the right field line earlier. Queens infield set up slightly to pull for Asbill. Can't move too much with a runner at first, and Corey Castellano with a nice play in the first base coaching box. And just like that, the sun is back out here at the Con. We can keep the sun out and the wind at a minimum. Be a really nice day. Asbel fouls this one off to our left. He steps in 1-2. Charleston Southern transfer. And that one's going to be collected by the first baseman, but Bagwell not over in time, and shortstop decides not to make the play. So DJ Ludwig's going to make his way. Ludwig steps in after Asbel grounded out 3-6. That was just off the glove, and second baseman Alderfer couldn't handle it either, so Ludwig's going to reach. So not sure if it looked like it just nicked off of the glove of Bagwell and may have distracted Alderfer just a little bit, but he misplayed the ball as well, and Will Pitt steps in. Will is 0 for 3 today with a strikeout. And Will swinging at first pitch, fouls it off to the backstop, just off to our right. Asbel at second, Ludwig at first. Bagwell with a long look in to Pitts, and Pitts is going to take this for a called strike. All speed.
If I question it, I usually end up giving it a hit.
Right, that's close. Yeah.
But there are sometimes I'm like,
That guy, you took it off the chest.
no, that's routine.
Pitts is going to send this one up just in front of the Queens dugout, and first baseman Evans makes the play. It's going to bring up Chance Fogle. Fogle 0 for 1 with a couple of runs scored and a couple of walks. Stolen base to add to his day as well.
Yes. She's like, I'm taking your sweatshirt. I asked her if she wanted to sing the national anthem. She said no. Yeah, no. She was scarred by the first time she sang. What happened the first time? Nothing. She sounded great. I wasn't there, but she said she sounded horrible. But
Fogle pushes this one off to our left. And Picker's going to run out of room. Decent amount of room in front of the dugouts, but it gets about as narrow as you can down the right field line as the foul pole actually runs into the corner of the fence. A little bit more room, but not much down the left field line. And Fogel's going to send this one out to center field, but not high enough for the wind to have any impact, and Lewis back to make the play. So that's going to end the 6th inning. We'll head to the top half of the 7th. Still 12-4 Queens. Second baseman Nick Alderfer, 0 for 2 with a run scored today for Queens. We are in the top of the 7th. This is the last inning since this is a game 1 of the scheduled doubleheader. Much like a normal conference weekend, 7 then a 9. Alderfer sends this one out to Ty King Richards, who floats over and makes the catch, and Devin Bond back out.
Now batting number 13, Mason Pickard.
Devin's faced 8 hitters, 1 walk, 1 hit, so he's done a really good job out of the bullpen today for Southern Wesleyan in some tough conditions to pitch, with the wind blowing the way it is, and just like that, going to be a double off the bat of third baseman Pickard.
What did you say that was down the line?
He's new. 17. Now batting number 17, Jack Karras.
Who's supposed to go?
Jack Karras getting his 10th appearance this season. He's hitting 154. No home runs, couple of RBIs. Karras pinch hitting for Melton. And maybe a foul ball off in the Queens dugout, and Pickard will return back to second. Pickard's having quite the day. 3 for 3 with 3 runs scored, 3 RBIs, a couple of stolen bases. And that one, all-speed pitch, going to be inside to Karras. Looks like Bagwell will go back out for the 7th inning, and there's no one in the Queens bullpen at this point. Nobody in the Warriors bullpen, so this one is going to be Bonds to finish. Galloway, Pillsbury, Montgomery scheduled to hit in the bottom half of the 7th. Ludwig deking the runner at second just a little bit. Ball in the dirt, but not enough. Doesn't get away enough from Pitts for Pickard to advance. Riley Cheek on deck for Queens. There's a foul ball off the backstop. Ground ball out to Galloway. He'll pick it up, make the throw to Montgomery. For the second out, Riley Cheek will make his way to the plate. Softball got the win in game 1, as we mentioned earlier, and currently up 5-0 now in game 2. As we mentioned, got the win in game 2 yesterday against Pembroke. So continue the winning ways. That'll push them to 3 in a row, and that, my friends, is called a winning streak. Bond with a long look in. And just like that, Pickard is off. And he's going to be called out. So a nice throw by Pitts. Good tag by Galloway. And that's going to end the top half of the 7th. So we'll be back shortly. 12-4 Queens. See if the Warriors can rally. As this is the final inning of Game 1. Bagwell back out on the mound for Queens, and Galloway first pitch swinging, pops this one up. It's going to be a little difficult play here for the catcher, but he settles in nicely and retires Galloway for the first out. Parker Pillsbury with one out. There's a strike to start off the at bat for Pillsbury. Parker 0 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. A sacrifice fly earlier. Count now even at 1-1. Jordan Montgomery awaits on deck, and Parker takes called strike 2. Foul ball off to the side. Castellano makes another play in the first base coaching box. One-two count for Pillsbury. Count evens at 2-2. There's a ground ball out. Shift being played to perfection against Pillsbury. So it takes away that base hit. And now with a couple outs, Jordan Montgomery. Montgomery 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Just missed a wind-aided home run earlier in the game, opposite field. And this one's going to be popped up off the left side, back behind the Warrior dugout, actually on the Warrior dugout, and the third baseman loses his hat in the process. The wind is gusting again here at the Con, has been all day, and the two-strike shift, or rather not two strikes yet. Typically they'll do it with 2 strikes, but they've already shifted into a pull here. And now we'll see if they shift even more with 2 strikes. And there's a swing and a miss, and that's going to end the game here with the Warriors dropping game 1 of the doubleheader 12-4. That is game 2 of the series. Game 3 is going to begin in approximately 30 minutes. We'll be back with you shortly.
This is Conference Carolinas.
place for you where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
All right, fans, welcome back here to Game 2. First pitch is going to be momentarily as Sute finishes his warm-up pitches. So Sean Sute getting the start here in the final game of the series. Queens has taken Game 1 yesterday up in Charlotte, and they have taken Game 2. We just finished about 30 minutes ago. So Riley Cheek, the first baseman, is going to step in for Queens. Sean Sute, as we mentioned, on the mound for the Warriors. And this is going to be Sute's sixth start, his eighth appearance. He actually pitched. Oh, music. And that pitch is going to be fouled off to our right. Sute comes in with a 2-3 record, 4.94 ERA. And he did pitch a third of an inning yesterday up in Charlotte. I think he only threw 6 pitches. So this one is fouled off down the bullpen of Queens. Infield is the same as Game 1 with the exception of Cliff Olmstead is at first base in place of Jordan Montgomery. So Josh Galloway back at third, Josh Asbel at shortstop, DJ Ludwig at second, and as mentioned, Olmstead at first base. And Juan Garcia is the battery mate of Sean Sute behind the plate. Outfield remains the same with Pillsbury in left, Ty King Richards in center, and Chance Fogle in right field. Zach O'Malley is the designated hitter for the Warriors again here in Game 2. And that one's going to be a line drive back up the middle. Ty King over, and the wind, as we mentioned in Game 1, it's actually gusting probably 5 to 8 miles per hour more here in Game 2. So could make for an even more interesting situation.
New batter, 16 run. What? New batter. There it goes. Oh, it's being slow. Yeah.
Ground ball out to Asbel, makes a backhanded play and takes a short route over to Ludwig for a 6-4. It's a nice play by Asbel. He was shading just a little bit back up the middle. Good backhanded play to get the lead runner. And this brings up the left fielder, Brassington. Could be another ball in the 5-6 hole, so Queens has come out swinging the bats early and often.
Now batting number 37, Dylan
Lewis came in hitting .369 with 3 home runs, 22 RBIs. There's a swing and a miss. Evens the count at 1-1. Or and that's going to be lifted out to right field. Fogle behind the baseball. Keeps the runners at first and second. So a couple outs now for Sute. See if he can work out of this inning. So Tanner Jacobson hitting .280 is also the starting pitcher. Comes in at 4-2, 2.43 ERA. He's going to be the designated hitter. So the pitcher DH is in effect as long as he's on the mound. You don't see that too often, but probably more so in the last couple of years. Pitchers also hitting for themselves. If you missed the first game, Queens picked up the 12-4 win. They had 8 hits, 12 runs off 8 hits. Warriors had 4 runs off 7 hits. Jake Wisniewski took the loss. And Offshanka was the winning pitcher. He moved to 3-0. Daniel Bagwell picked up his third save. And there's a drive to deep left field. And with the wind, that one's going to reach the ravine out there in left field. So Jacobson helping his own cause with a 3-run home run here in the top half of the first inning. So when he takes the mound in the bottom half,
Now batting number 13, Mason.
he'll have at minimum a 3-run lead. Third baseman Pickard going to be the hitter, and he had a good game in game 1. 3 for 3, 3 runs scored, 3 RBIs. Threes were working for him. Sute back in the strike zone. This one back up toward us. Pitch down in the dirt, evens at 1-1. 2 outs here. As we mentioned, Southern West will be hosting Limestone on Tuesday. First pitch, 6 o'clock. Then they'll head down to Due West as they get back in the conference with a 3-game series against the Flying Fleet. Both Queens and Southern Wesleyan, their bye weekend this weekend. That's why they are hooked up in this non-conference series. And Pickard picks up his 4th hit of the day. 3 in game 1 and 1 here in game 2.
Now batting number 33, Carter Foster.
If you're just joining us, we mentioned earlier that the unique series, game 1 was played up in Charlotte yesterday afternoon. And game 2 and 3 of the series played here at Central. Garcia, the backstop for the Warriors here in game 2. Right fielder Foster at the plate. He was 0 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI earlier today. As we mentioned, softball got the big win in the first game against Converse 8-5, and currently winning 8-2 in game 2 over in Spartanburg. So it's been a good weekend for the Warrior softball program. Men's tennis picked up a victory today. They were up at Barton yesterday and Shawan today, and that pop-up on the infield is going to end the top half of the first, but not before Queens picks up 3. Southern Wesleyan coming to bat. We'll be back here in about 45 seconds.
On weekends, we spend a little bit of time by the river playing Alabama songs. We're getting nasty. take the day.
Chance Vogel leads off for the Warriors here in the bottom half of the first inning. Vogel was 0 for 2 in game one. Had a couple of walks and a couple of runs scored. Stolen base to mix as well. And Jacobson, as mentioned, helped his cause in the top half of the first with a 3-run home run. So Jacobson on the mound comes in 4-2, 2.43. This is his fifth start. He has 40 2/3 innings, 17 walks, and 55 strikeouts. So you got a quality arm out there on the mound. And in turn, hitting 280. Only 25 at bat, so not sure if he strictly hits when he pitches. I'm sure he's gotten some pinch hit opportunities in there as well. We'll check on that here momentarily. Ty King Richards bumped up in the batting order. He's coming in, hitting in the 2-hole now. Ty was 1 for 3 in game one. And that all speed's going to fall in for a strike. Jacobson, some nice off speed. Ty King Richards hangs in there and delivers that one to left field. This is going to bring up Josh Galloway. Josh had a couple of hits in game one. Josh was actually the McAllister's Athlete of the Week last week. I believe he was 11 for 18, something of that nature. And Galloway grounds out into the double play. He does have a 14-game hitting streak on him. As mentioned, he's been swinging the bat really well. So that completes the first inning, 3-0 Queens. We'll be back. Nick Aldifer steps in, the second baseman for Queens.
So you just won't put it for guest 2 times, and you won't put it for home 2 times.
Aldifer was 0 for 3 with a run scored, 1 strikeout in game 1, and he shows bunt and sends it off the backstop.
She was so confident in herself.
Galloway playing just a step beyond even with the bag at third. Olmsted creeps up to the grass now after the bunt attempt. And a ground ball out to Galloway. He'll field and throw over to Olmsted to retire Aldifer.
We're not doing that. You're fine. It's okay.
Shortstop Melton.
Now batting number 28, Nick Melton.
Melton was 0 for 3. With the exception of Pickard, the bulk of the hits came to the first 5 hitters. Actually 2 through 5 in the batting order for Queens. As mentioned, Pickard had 3 hits, 3 out of the 8 actually. So swinging a hot bat, he has 1 here earlier already. Just after Jacobson's 3-run home run. 0-2 count, 1 out. We're here in the top of the second inning. And there's going to be a pop-up on the infield, and Garcia out and makes the catch in foul territory. So nice play there in the wind by Juan Garcia.
Now batting number 3, Riley Cheek.
Riley Cheek comes in. Hitless in game 1. He's 1 for 1. Actually led off the game with a hit back in the first inning. Sute typically works fast on the mound. He'll get the sign and go with it. Left and center, a little deeper than usual with the wind blowing like it is, and just like that, that ball is going to be rocketed over Pillsbury's head. And Cheek's going to make his way in for a stand-up double.
I wish you could put like DLF for deep left field and like shadow. I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to
More
get more
specific.
specific.
More specific.
Now batting
When they
number
come out with the
16,
Genius
MJ
version of that program,
Sasapan.
the new one.
Catcher MJ Sasapan makes his way to the plate with the runner in scoring position at second base.
Theoretically, this one you would be able to mouse and put like touch the screen, where it might be like that type of thing.
Ball down in the dirt. Garcia comes up firing just late. Runner 90 feet away, rather. Sute stays in the stretch. And that's going to be promptly delivered out to right field.
Now your hits are caught up.
So Sasapan delivers with a run-scoring single.
Now batting number 12, Nick Brassington.
Left fielder Nick Brassington steps in. He's 1 for 1. As we've talked about, Queens plays in the South Atlantic Conference.
Maybe I said. Okay, he pitched. Yeah, he pitched.
They came in today at 22-16 with a win earlier. They're now at 23-16. Almost 500 on the road. They're 11-12 now. Playing well in the conference. They're 13-5 in the SAC.
Oh man, that's the name right there. He's the first thing.
Swing and a miss. Good all speed by Sute. Sute has some good command. He's only walked 5 prior to today with 19 strikeouts in 23 2/3 innings. And there's a pop-up off toward first base, and Olmstead runs out of real estate. So he'll retreat back to first, and we'll start all over again.
You're missing out. I'm fired. I told her she probably is doing a better job than Peanut would have, because Peanut was the next option.
There's a fly ball to left field. Even with the wind, that should stay in the park, and Pillsbury over to record the final out. So only one run crosses the plate for Queens. We'll head to the bottom of the second, 4-0. Zach O'Malley, the designated hitter, works his way to the plate, and Jacobson fires his second inning of work, and that pitch is down. So O'Malley jumps to a 1-0 count. There's a swing and a miss. Queens 4 runs off 6 hits. Warriors have yet to score. Ty King Richards has the long hit for the Warriors. A swing and a miss. Infield is straight up. We'll see if they go to their 2-strike shift as they have been, but they're going to stay pretty much where they are. Third base is going to go slight pull. Outfield goes opposite field with a 2-strike count, and that one's going to be just down. Thought that one might have crossed. And O'Malley just misses a double down the line with his speed and with the right fielder in the opposite field shift. He might have gotten a triple on that. But either way, he's back in there with a 2-2 count. Leading off here in the bottom of the second for Southern Wesleyan. That pitch is going to fall off. Full count. And that pitch is going to be up and away, so O'Malley's going to be the leadoff walk for Southern Wesleyan. Brings up Parker Pillsbury. Pillsbury had a home run in yesterday's game. He was 0 for 3 with a couple of RBIs earlier today. Had a sacrifice fly. All speed going to be down in the dirt.
For senior day, and then it was like chance of rain, cold.
And you said bye.
Yeah.
Oh man, he would throw it in the exact same spot. One time it was a ball, the next time it was a strike, and then the next time it was a ball again. We're like, there's no.
That pitch is going to get away from Sassapan, and O'Malley's going to make his way down to second base. Almost looked as though his mitt might have broke away, but he checks it a couple times and seems to be okay. 2-0 count on Pillsbury. Pillsbury flies out to the shortstop, Cliff Olmstead. O'Malley with a modest lead at second base. Olmstead takes that pitch up out of the zone, actually. Olmstead did not play in game one today. He's hitting 150 and 60 at bats. No home runs, 8 RBIs. That all speed floats off the side. And that pitch is going to catch the corner. Takes it to a 3-1. And Olmstead sends this one high and deep to left field. And that's going to get the wind behind it. And Olmstead's going to touch them all for a 2-run home run here in the bottom half of the second inning. So Olmstead plates O'Malley and himself with a big 2-run blast. Second baseman DJ Ludwig going to make his way to the plate.
He asked me, he texted me, I didn't get his message till this morning. Yeah. He texted me at 11 o'clock last night and said, hey, can I change my walk-up song to this? And I said,
so Ludwig's going to ground out to the shortstop, and a nice play there by the first baseman on the short hop. So a good pick there by Cheek over at first. Hard hit ball by Ludwig, but nothing to show for it. So one swing cuts the lead in half. Josh Asbel, the shortstop, Transfer from Charleston Southern. Pitch just off the plate. Crowd about the same here in Game 2 as it was in Game 1. There's a couple of fans just in front of us with 3 propane heaters. Took me a while to get that one out. April, you can usually put the heaters up for the summer, but I guess they brought them out. And here comes the massive shift again as the third baseman moves over to second base. They did that earlier in Game 1. Actually took a hit away from Parker Pillsbury back in Game 1 with the shift. So you have 3 infielders on the right side of second base. And a swing and a miss from Asbel is going to end the second inning, but not before the Warriors pick up a couple of runs. Cut the lead in half. It's 4-2 Queens. We'll be back.
Wake up and focus. Awaken your dreams. Awaken your soul. Awaken your purpose. This, Southern Wesleyan University.
Now batting number 37, Dylan Lewis.
Dylan Lewis, the center fielder, 0 for 1 today, or rather in this second game here. Had a couple of hits and a couple of RBIs back in Game 1 earlier. And a backhand by Galloway and a nice throw across the diamond. Galloway's had several assists here on the day.
Number 31, Tanner Jacobson.
Jacobson, the starting pitcher for the Royals, had a 3-run home run back in the first inning to help his cause. Sean Sute still on the mound for the Warriors. Queens brought a fairly productive offensive club into the series, hitting .305 as a team. 40-plus home runs. They've added a few to that this weekend. And this is going to be a tough play. And nobody's going to make the play. It looked as if the 3 that were converging in Fogel, Ludwig, and Olmstead, nobody felt confident in making the play. And almost as if they were hoping someone else would call it, but that drops in, and it's going to put a runner at first base for Queens. If the Warriors can escape without allowing any runs, that might not be such a bad idea, putting Jacobson on the base pass. Not that they did it intentionally, but it will keep him out of the dugout and not give him much of a rest before he goes back out on the mound in the bottom of the third. And there's a fly ball out to Fogle. So if the Warriors can pick up this final out of the inning, the dropped fly ball may actually play in their favor a little bit.
Now batting number 33, Carter Foster.
That's the only drawback to having the pitcher also DH. If he's on base, he has to run for himself, and if he's out there for an extended period of time, keeps him on his feet. And this is going to be an error by Josh Asbell, allowing Jacobson to reach third. So runners at the corners now. Pickoff play there. And Olmsted and the Warriors thought they might have had it. And this pitch up in the zone. And Juan Garcia, the catcher, is going to make his way out to the mound and give a few words of wisdom to Sean Sute. Have to admit I missed the pickoff at first base. I did not see it, so not sure how close it was, but just based on the reaction of Olmsted, he thought he had him. Sute has a pretty good move as well. He grew up playing soccer, so he has very quick feet. Didn't actually start playing baseball till later. Really good hands and coordination. Had an excellent year defensively at shortstop last season. Was actually in the running for a Gold Glove, just edged out, but pitchers loved having him back there behind them. He was going to pretty much reach everything up the middle, and only time he struggled a little bit might be balls in the 5-6 hole, working on his arm strength. Sean is actually married and majoring. He's a ministry major, so also believe he's graduating in May. And there's a called strike. Puts it at 3-2. So Olmsted will be back behind the runner as 2 outs and full count. He'll be off on the pitch here. And that one's going to reach the gap. So unfortunately, Jacobson's going to score. And another Royal's going to cross the plate. That's going to push it to 6-2. So One area the Warriors have been struggling a little bit, especially as of late, is
Number 28, Nick Mountain.
either scoring in the bottom half of the inning and giving runs back up in the top half.
Foster was the one who came on to the air, right?
And the right fielder, Foster. I'm sorry. Second baseman. I'm all mixed up. Shortstop, Melton, is actually the hitter. Now we're caught up to speed. And there's a ground ball out to Olmstead, who makes the play. So that's going to end the top half of the third. We'll take a break, come back. It'll be the bottom of the third, and 6-2 Warriors. Catcher Juan Garcia is to make his way to the plate to lead off the bottom of the third inning here for Southern Wesleyan. Juan did not play in game one. He comes in with a 111 batting average. Be his third start. He has appeared in this will be his 20th game he's played in. And Juan takes a fastball up in the zone. Won a couple of hits on the season, one of those being a double. One active on campus. I believe he was actually running for perhaps vice president of SGA next year, so getting involved in campus activities. He is also a RA on campus. He is a transfer from USC Salkehatchie, calls Puerto Rico home, and he trots down to first base with a walk to lead off the third inning. This brings up Chance Fogle. Fogle came in today hitting .315, was hitless in 2 official at-bats earlier, so his average will drop a little bit, and he sees an all-speed come through the back door for an 0-1 count. There's a pick attempt to Garcia, but not going to be in time. And there's a swing and a miss. That's going to be a strikeout for Fogle. This brings up Ty King Richards. Ty King got the first hit of the day for the Warriors here in Game 2. Josh Galloway awaits on deck, looking to extend his hitting streak to 15. Jacobson gets ahead 0-1.
I just like auto did ball there. 'Cause it looked like
Garcia with a pretty good lead at first base. And Ty King's going to send this one out to center field. Garcia retreats back to first. So Josh Galloway, also a transfer from USC Sakahatchee. From Lugolf, South Carolina. Played a little bit of first base. Actually worked out at first base back there in the fall. Played a little bit of first base very early on this season. Has since been at third base and hitting the DH spot as Garcia takes that back. That's going to be his first stolen base of the season. Juan's a versatile player. He's primarily a catcher, but he's played some outfield and has worked at second base as well over the course of his time here. Really strong arm, good speed, something you typically don't see in a catcher, but probably in terms of pure foot speed, probably top 3 or 4 on the team. So 2 outs, a couple of strikes, Garcia in scoring position, and Galloway, who's been doing a really good job hitting overall, but really good 2-strike hitting. See if he can score. Garcia and chip away at this deficit. Second baseman playing Galloway to pull. Just a few feet off of the bag. Josh fouls that one back. And he's going to put this one in left field, going to drop in front of a diving left fielder, and just like that, another good piece of 2-strike hitting for Galloway as he gets a run-scoring double, scoring Garcia. Zach O'Malley walked and scored a run early. He scored off of the 2-run home run of Olmsted. So that cuts the lead in half now, 6-3. Warriors have 3 hits, 3 runs. Royals have 6 runs off 8 hits. A couple of players have a couple of hits for them in Cheek and Jacobson. Jacobson actually, who is the starting pitcher, is 2 for 2 with a couple runs scored and 3 RBIs. The big hit, 3-run home run back in the first inning. Softball picks up the sweep over Converse today. It's 3 wins in a row now for them as they picked up a win in Game 2 yesterday on Senior Day. Delaney Byers with the big hit. Home run for Byers late in the game. Secured the victory for Southern Wesleyan. Zach O'Malley with a run-scoring single there, scoring Galloway. 6-4 now.
That was the fourth.
That was okay.
So Parker Pillsbury stands in.
So you can put it. There you go. Come on.
I love how excited you are. And I am too, honestly.
Okay.
That pitch just off the plate. You can tell the front's moving out. We've got some large clouds overhead, making for some interesting shadows.
I mean, I stayed there. I wish we could do dog camp like I did in lacrosse. Oh, yeah. You did have fun with dog camp. That was fun.
The sun's coming
That
out.
pitch in the zone for a 1-1 count. Couple outs here, so if Pillsbury can do some damage, and O'Malley, good speed at first base, so a ball in the gap or down the line could potentially score him, especially with 2 outs. And running on the swing, or the hit rather.
I've called several in the past. Like, it's time for him. He's in a hot streak, though.
Do have some action down in the Warrior bullpen. Looks like potentially Andrew Patterson down there getting loose. And Pillsbury swings and sends this one down in the Royals bullpen. And shift back on for Pillsbury, second baseman, about 60 feet back in right field. Shortstop about 10 feet off of second, and third baseman moves into the shortstop position. That pitch just misses, so we got full count, 2 outs. O'Malley will be off on the pitch. And that's going to be a high hop, and again, Pillsbury going to be robbed of a base hit due to the shift. So Warriors pick up a couple of big runs. We're going to head to the top half of the fourth, 6-4, Queens. Sean Sute back out for his fourth inning of work. Riley Cheek's going to lead off this fourth inning. He's 2 for 2 with a run scored. And that's going to be a pitch down in the, or actually for a cross for a strike. So Sute getting ahead early. And that's going to be a ground ball just past a diving DJ Ludwig. So Cheek now 3 hits in this final game of the series. Catcher Sasapan will step in. He was 1 for 2 today with an RBI. And there's a foul ball just out beyond first base.
They're like top 3 or 4 almost everything.
King has 2. Pembroke has 2.
Sute with a long look in. Ball in front of Garcia and just couldn't quite pick it up in time. Garcia's a strong arm, but good dirt ball read there by Cheek.
Francis Marion has 2. They just hired their second.
Sasapan stands back in, 1-1 count. Runner in scoring position now with no out. So see if Sute can work out of this early fourth inning jam. And a ground ball out to Ludwig. So the Royals are going to trade an out for 90 feet. And in doing so, brings up Brassington, the left fielder, who's 1 for 2 with a run scored.
Number 12, Nick Brassington.
Girls SIDs. There's me. I'm the only head SID. That's a female. Yes, Grace. And then,
Sute working out of the stretch, and just like that, Brassington is going to pick up the 7th run for Queens, and he's going to go in with a stand-up double. So once again, the Warriors score in the bottom half of the inning, but can't put up a 0.
Number 37, Dylan Lewis.
And Queens has actually scored in all 4 innings now, throwing up a couple of crooked numbers. Center fielder Lewis 0 for 2 here in the final game of the series.
that's just me and the boys. And they like to talk a lot. They're all pretty cool.
One of the trainers at UNCP was having a whole conversation with me and Jesse when we were getting taped, and we were running late because that was the trip we had that slow bus driver.
We got terrible bus drivers every single
And this man went. Did you hear?
7 runs off 10 hits for Queens. Sute gives a couple of looks. The runner at second. Ground ball out to Asbill is going to come up, and
That is another E6.
tough play there for Asbill that kicks up on him. And in doing so allows
Tanner Jacobson.
runners to
That whole dusty thing,
reach at the corners.
that revolutionized.
Brings up your pitcher designated hitter, Jacobson, who's 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs and a couple of runs scored. There's a called strike, Sute, so he gets going with an 0-1 count.
45 strikes
Sute in his 4th inning of work.
See, last game we made several errors that gave them runs, but this game, most of their runs have been earned.
Right.
So it's not like we're
And Jacobs is going to send this one out as well for his second home run of the game. And that's going to be RBIs 4, 5, and 6. So Jacobson is actually helping his own calls tremendously here with his second 3-run home run of the game.
Now batting number 13, Mason Pitcher.
Hunter Hubbard going to make his way out to the mound, and as mentioned, we do have action.
That's the first time I keep thinking Pritchard.
Andrew Patterson, I believe, is the pitcher that's in the bullpen, and this is just going to be a pitcher-catcher visit.
That's my Star Trek brain going right there.
Right.
It's like Pecan versus Pecan. Pickard versus Picard.
Third baseman Pickard
No.
makes his way to the plate.
You've gotten it right every other
I
time.
know. That's
So,
the
like,
first time I've messed
So
it up.
Jacobson only came in
know what the correct pronunciation is.
with 25 at-bats.
Every time I read
He may have just earned himself an opportunity to DH in other games. This one's going to be flared out behind first base, and Olmsted is not going to be able to make the play. Typically, the second baseman would be making that play. Ludwig may have been shading more towards second base. Wind actually pushed it back
now batting number 33, Carter Foster.
in from the right field line as well. So a tough break there.
Also, wild pitch.
So Pickard reaches safely and picks up a stolen base.
Oh, okay. The ball was in the dirt. But he swung it anyway.
Right fielder Foster down in the count 0-1, and going to be a pop-up on the infield, and Asbell's going to take command. The F6 there,
Now batting number 22, Nick Alderford.
and Sute settles in with a couple of outs. That pitch is down in the zone. Second baseman Alderfer is 1 for 2. Tykeem Richards in pursuit, and Wynn kind of played a little havoc with that, but he was able to record third and final out. We'll be back at the bottom of the fourth. Queens leads 10-4. technical difficulties there. So we're back with you. Try to get you caught up. Cliff Olmstead with his second home run. So the home runs today have come in twos as Jacobson has hit a couple for Queens, and Olmstead has hit two for Southern Wesleyan now, so it's 10-5. Juan Garcia with a run scored. Jacobson with a runner on third allows him to work from the windup as he chooses to do so, and just like that, going to get a mound visit from the pitching coach from Queens. We'll take a break here, be back shortly. So a quick visit of the pitching coach from Queens and Juan Garcia back in a 2-0 count.
Was that swing? It's a bunt.
Did he call? Yeah, he called it. Right.
DJ Ludwig stands 90 feet away from pay dirt, and this is going to be off the foot of Juan Garcia. Looks like the bus from Queens is back. Had a little issue earlier in the day. Made a wrong turn and got stuck, blocked traffic for a little while. Jacobson looks. Garcia, fly ball down the right field line. Going to stay in play, and a catch is made. Ludwig alertly tags. And first baseman Cheek made the play but couldn't gain his footing. Slipped a couple of times, so could not make a play to the plate. So now it's 10-6. Queen still with the lead. Fogle stands in. That pitch off the plate. Warriors up to 6 runs now off 6 hits. And that pitch is going to be just off. And that's a called strike. Fogle thought he was going to make his way. And that pitch is off, so he will draw a walk on that pitch. Thought he had one earlier, but so Fogel reaches and brings up Ty King Richards. Ty is 1 for 2. Base hit earlier in this game and had a base hit back in game 1 earlier today. Wind still an impact in today's game and gusting. Gusts are probably getting upwards of 20, 25 miles per hour at times. And that pitch is down for a ball. Sun has been in and out throughout the day. Temperature change of 3 to 5 degrees every time it goes behind the clouds with the wind blowing. And that's going to be at least a double for Ty King Richards, possibly more. Fogel's going to score, or should score. And actually, he does score, but it was a great relay. So Fogel with 2 outs. And Ty King with a run-scoring double. Queens actually had a good relay there, and left fielder made a good play down in the corner. Made that play a lot closer than I kind of anticipated. And I scored Fogel probably prematurely, but he does slide in head first. So now 10-7. Warriors keep battling back, and Josh Galloway with a hit earlier in the game extended his hitting streak to 15. And much of those 15 games were multiple hits. And this is going to potentially drop in. Nope. Yep, right fielder's actually going to drop it. And so he had got there and dropped the fly ball. So Ty King Richards scores to make it 10-8. So 4 runs now here for the Warriors in the bottom half of the 4th inning. The wind held that one up a little more than I originally anticipated. Foster in right field was able to get there in time. Misplayed the fly ball, allowed Ty King Richards to score, and we've got action continuing down in the Queens bullpen. Have a few down in the Warrior bullpen, but nobody currently throwing. And O'Malley fouls this one back our way. A lot of crooked numbers on the scoreboard right now. Queens has scored in all 4 innings. Warriors have scored in all but the first. And O'Malley's going to send that one back up the middle. So the Warrior rally continues. O'Malley now 2 for 2 on the day. So the Warriors 2, 3, and 4 hitters putting the pressure on Queens, and this is going to be it. So Jacobson's time on the mound is going to come to a close. We'll take a break and be back here shortly. Back after the pitching change from Queens. Jeffrey Madoff making his 11th appearance, 4.60 ERA, 1-0 on the season. He comes in relief of Jacobson. So you remember Jacobson was actually the pitcher DH. I would be shocked if he doesn't remain the DH because he has 2 3-run home runs thus far in the game. Parker Pillsbury at the plate. Josh Galloway at second. Pillsbury's going to send this one to right center field, and that's going to score Galloway. And hard on his heels is Zach O'Malley, but he's held up at third, so runners at the corners. And we're at 10-9 now. So now the Warriors have batted around in this inning as Cliff Olmstead, who led off with a home run, back up at the plate with runners at the corners. That was Olmstead's second home run of the game. Had a 2-run home run earlier. Solo shots. He's 2 for 3 with a couple runs scored and 3 RBIs. So this rally continues for Southern Wesleyan. as they've put up 5 runs here. So we've had 9 total runs scored in this 4th inning. 4 in the top half by Queens, 5 in the bottom half by Southern Wesleyan, and Olmsted takes a strike, evens the count at 1-1. Sun is out in full force now. And a swing and a miss by Olmsted. See if Cliff can get one up in the air again and see what it does. And that ball is going to be down. Pillsbury is going to advance to second. He was running on the pitch, but Olmsted settles in with the count even at 2-2. Couple of outs. Deuces are effectively wild here for Olmsted. And that pitch is down in the dirt. So 3-2 count. 2 outs. Should Olmsted reach successfully, Ludwig on deck. "19 runs in this game so far. 21 hits. And that's a drive deep left field, but it's not going to be enough as the wind just did not pick that one up. Knew off the bat it was going to be short, but with the wind, you just never know today. So Olmsted had a chance. Couldn't come through that particular time. We're going to head to the 5th inning, 10-9 Queens.
Place for you, where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
Sean Sute back out on the mound. Ground ball to Galloway. Up and makes the throw to first baseman Cliff Olmsted for an out. And that's going to do it for Sute as Hunter Hubbard's going to make his way out to the mound. So we'll take a break and be back shortly. So Sean Sute comes in and retires the first batter he faces here in the 5th inning. That rolls over the top of the lineup, so Riley Cheek's going to get his 4th at bat. He does have 3 hits today, and most likely why Hunter Hubbard went out. And to the bullpen, as this will be the 4th time through the order. Would have been the 4th time through the order facing Sute, so going to give the Queens hitters a new look. As mentioned, Cheek 3 for 3 with a couple runs scored. And Andrew Patterson in for Southern Wesleyan, and AP comes in with a team-leading 3.86 ERA. He's 1-0 in the season. This is his 12th appearance. Cheek's going to make his way down to first base and brings up the catcher, Sassapan. He's 1 for 3 with a run scored and RBI.
Batting number 16, MJ Sassapan.
AP hails from Westside High School, about 25 minutes from campus. And there's going to be a fly ball. Ty King Richards and Chance Fogle converging, and Ty records the put out. Couple outs now. Left fielder Brysington, he's 2 for 3 with a couple runs scored and an RBI. More pitchers heading down to the bullpen for the Warriors. No action in the Queens pen. One 0, 2 outs. And that pitch is up. Back pick by Juan Garcia. And going to record the out. So nice play there by Garcia. Cheek is not impressed with the call. But irregardless, we're going to head to the bottom of the 5th inning, 10-9 Queens. Second baseman DJ Ludwig makes his way to the plate. DJ's 1 for 2 here in the second game today, third game of the series. He was 1 for 3 with an RBI earlier in the game preceding this one, and Going to swing and miss at the first pitch he sees.
Correct.
You can close the book on Sean Sute, 4 1/3 innings. 12 hits, 10 runs, 8 earned. He had no walks, no strikeouts. Had 72 pitches. He did pitch 1/3 of an inning yesterday. Only had 6 pitches, so comes back and starts today. Andrew Patterson came in relief. And Jacobson, the starter for Queens, went 3 2/3. 8 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. He also has a couple of 3-run home runs. And Ludwig's going to send this one out to center field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. So yet another leadoff hit for the Warriors here in the 5th inning. "22 hits, 19 runs, and we're just in the 5th inning here." Josh Asbel 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. So we'll see if Josh can get going. Transfer from Charleston Southern.
A couple of guys have that. Yeah. Like J-Mo wears 15 in blue.
A swing and a miss.
Andy wears 33 in blue and camo. You have a camo? Yeah. I want a camo. I don't think we're getting big jerseys. Yeah. I know. I love the
Ludwig off on the pitch.
who's pink out? I think it was Pembroke.
DJ with the
Their pink out jersey.
stand-up stolen base.
The gray camo.
Puts him in scoring position for Asbel with no outs. Left-handed hitter. Good opportunity to move him up. There's a pop fly. Second baseman out. Alderford makes the play and not deep enough to move Ludwig to third.
Ansley's goal was really pretty. She had a nice little
Yeah, I saw that it was her. Nice. Is she getting a lot of minutes?
Catcher
We got 13 players, so.
Juan Garcia.
All of them. Oh, nice.
Some like play most of the game, some play like a few minutes though.
Most of the time, but now that we're down to 13, they all play.
Well, yeah. Under normal circumstances.
Garcia sees this pitch down.
Circumstances. Okay. So we're in 5th right now? Top 6 still go, or more than that? It's true. Just the 6.
Let's see, it's 500 versus.
Garcia's going to send this one out to right field. Ludwig back. And he is going to tag up. And going to let the ball come through. And not as much carry as
No. Only if he rushes to score.
Foster was hoping for. So that allows Ludwig to advance to third. This brings up the leadoff hitter, Chance Fogle. Chance is over 2 with a walk and a couple of strikeouts. He has scored a run.
Only played 4 conference games? How's that? The conference set it up. I just play when I'm told to. I remember looking at like everyone else has played. Well, Emmanuel's only played 4 conference games too.
Fogle with a swing and a miss. Not sure what the holdup is.
My only thought would be that they're arguing that it wasn't a strike, that they would not be the one arguing that.
Home plate umpire having a discussion with the Queen's dugout. I think it might be about the back part of the box has currently disappeared. They are seeing if Chance is actually out of the batter's box, but home plate umpire addressing the situation, saying he's perfectly fine.
Riley, you're good for scoreboard. I know you asked a little bit.
Oh, going without the shin guard.
Well, I know. I was like, Karen, knock on wood.
Another pitch down in the dirt, and Sassapan couldn't find it for a split second.
What's my knockback?
2-2 count, 2 outs. Deuces are wild here. So
Okay, thank you.
there's a line drive just in front of the left fielder, so Ludwig's going to score. Fogel with the RBI single.
Hit? Yes. Yes. So go to the beginning of the inning. Did you say what number? 27 Foster.
Sexton is 27.
Okay. So you'll just go stop it. Go down to edit place. And then go.
Ty King Richard steps in with a couple of hits today in this game. Run scored, RBI as well.
Queens enter and go and change your fielder to 27.
Right field.
Hey, the score should be 10-10. Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, you're good.
Sorry, I know a lot happened at one time. Yeah, the guy came in. Yeah. I just did want someone else to come in because the score was wrong. Yeah.
That pitch down in the dirt as well, so Madoff struggling a little bit with his command here.
He's only played an inning too.
Fogel off on the pitch. Going to be a line drive to center field, but nice play is going to be made by Lewis there to end the bottom of the fifth, but the Warriors pick up another run. We're tied at 10. We'll come back and go to the 6th.
To McAllister's is like visiting a lifelong friend. One who believes the recipe for good times calls for heartfelt conversation over a handcrafted meal. Knows just how you like your tea. Always has a refill ready. And welcomes every guest with their favorite food made to order. The kind of friend who is always up for trying something new. And who you can count on for that familiar feeling of home. McAllister's Deli. Great food brings us together.
Left fielder Nick Brassington makes his way to the plate.
Now batting number 37, Dylan Lewis.
Alex Sexton was in right field for Queens last half inning. Lewis, the center fielder, is going to send this one to deep left field, left center, and that one is not going to come back. So Queens picks up a couple of runs now. Quick 2 runs here in the top half of the 6th inning. And the Warriors are back down 12-10. This is going to be one of those games to where it's probably going to be out and back.
Now batting number 31, Tanner Jacobson.
Fortunately, the Warriors hit last, so that could be proved to be very important by the time this game's over. Jacobson steps in. He's 3 for 3. 3 runs scored, 6 RBIs. He has a couple of 3-run home runs himself. As I mentioned earlier, he only has 25 at-bats on this season, but after today's performance, he might be in there more often than not. Haven't had a chance to go back and look at his game stats to see if there's rhyme or reason as to when he DHs, if it is only when he pitches, but we'll try to check that in between innings. And there's a high pop fly. Big league pop right there. And Asbel takes care of that to retire Jacobson. Third baseman Pickard
Now batting number 13, Mason Pickard.
comes in 2 for 3 today in this game. He was 3 for 3 in game 1, so he's had a productive day at the plate. He takes this one high and inside for a ball. Fly ball out to Fogel in right field, and that will retire Pickard and brings up the right fielder. Sexton. It's his 20th game played so far. 55 at-bats, a couple home runs, 8 RBIs, hitting .218. Got some more action down in the Warrior bullpen. This one's going to be fouled off back behind third base. Garcia running out of real estate. Got some Royals down in their bullpen, but currently not throwing. Clouds are back out, so the sun is not in full force right now. Patterson with the long look in, still working out of the stretch as he does coming out of the pen. Sexton with a fly ball out to right field. Fogle retires him and the side. So we're going to head to the bottom of the sixth. Royals pick up a couple in the top half. We'll see if the Warriors can respond. 12-10 Queens. Josh Galloway makes his way to the plate for the Warriors here in the bottom of the sixth. 1-0 count now on Galloway, third baseman for the Warriors. Played third base earlier today. And sends this one out to right field, but right at the right fielder, Sexton. Zach O'Malley, couple of hits today with an RBI, a walk, a run scored. So his team-leading average coming into today was at 379. Going to bump up a little bit, and he's going to send this one first pitch swinging out to center field. Lewis underneath. And just like that, we've got a couple of quick outs. Parker Pillsbury at the plate.
Whenever I don't, because I usually am like at volleyball on Saturdays, and so whenever I don't have volleyball or anything, it's so
There's a
it feels like
called strike.
in the fall, you know, we don't wake up.
And here we go with the pull shift as the third baseman moves over in the second base position. And just like that, Pillsbury takes advantage of it. So North Greenville pulled the pull on him a couple of weekends ago. He slapped one the other way, and Queens does the same here. He puts this one in left field. So good piece of hitting there. Cliff Olmstead, who has a couple of home runs and sent one deep to left field earlier as well.
What has been happening with Juan at bats? I have him as 0 for 1, but he's been up there 3 times.
He walks.
So he walked once.
Walks don't count.
Yeah. What was the other one though?
Did he walk twice? He was.
I'm just curious. Actually, I can see.
Oh yeah, he had a sack.
Oh, he had a foul. He fouled
Yeah,
out,
sack. Yeah.
which I guess doesn't count.
Because it was a sack fly.
Gotcha.
Olmstead stands in at 1-1.
That's a foul.
Wind still blowing out to left field. We'll see if he can get us a big fly here and tie the game back up again, and he takes that one for a called strike. Center field shaded to pull and deep. And that one off in the on-deck circle. DJ Ludwig's attempt to corral that was less than stellar. And that pitch just off the plate. Close one to take there with a couple of strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. So the deuces are wild here. And there's a ground ball in the hole off the shortstop. So Olmsted is going to reach. And that's going to bring up DJ Ludwig, the second baseman, who has a couple of hits on the day's game. 7 of the 9 Warriors have hits, and 5 of them have multiple.
You're keeping them in this game.
Couple outs here in the 6th inning. And Ludwig's going to send that one into right field. So that's going to score 1 run. And Olmsted is going to be over at third, and that's going to push runners at the corner. So much like a third game of the series, we're 12-11. And both teams have scored in every inning except 2. Brings up Josh Asbill. See if the transfer from Charleston Southern can plate another run and tie this one up. 27 hits, 23 runs in this game thus far. And there's a high pop fly. Sexton in right field got a late break, but he was able to recover due to the height of that fly ball. But the Warriors pick up 1. They trail by 1. We're heading to the 7th inning, 12-11 Queens.
This is Conference Carolinas.
Second baseman Aldifer steps in for Queens. We're back in the top of the seventh. 12-11 Queens. And he's going to send this one out to left field, and it's going to hold up just enough for Pillsbury to get underneath and make the play.
Now batting number 28, Nick Melton.
Shortstop Nick Melton, 0 for 3. AP working quickly on the mound. He's pitched 2 innings. This is his 3rd inning of work, however. With a hit, 2 runs, 2 earned. He was in relief of Sean Sute, who started and went 4 1/3. A couple of arms down in the bullpen for Southern Wesleyan.
It should be 1-1 count.
Okay.
And
What button did you hit that cleared everything? I don't know.
and 1 out.
And this one's going to be left center field and just going to be out of the reach of Ty King Richards for a stand-up double for Melton. A lot of extra base hits in this game.
Now batting number 3, Riley Cheek.
So
11
added hit to
of the 20-plus hits are extra bases, and Hunter Hubbard's going to make his way to the mound, and Ashton Falk is going to come in from the bullpen. We'll get back with you here momentarily. Ashton Falk into the game for the Warriors, making his 9th appearance.
Now batting number 3, Riley Cheek.
Riley Cheek, 3 for 3 with a walk, couple of runs scored here, a couple of stolen bases as well. So Queens has turned the lineup back over again, with Melton standing on second base. He just had a stand-up double. So Falk in relief of Patterson. Falk, a freshman from Georgia. And Melton's going to be off on the pitch. And it's going to be a 3-0 count now for Falk. So Melton with a good read off of Falk there. And they're going to put Cheek on intentionally. Bring up Sassapan, who is 1 for 4 with a run scored and an RBI.
Now batting number 16, MJ Sassapan.
So Falk got to a 3-0 count with a runner on third. Went ahead and putting the hitter on, setting up a double play with 1 out here. There's a fly ball out to left field. That one's going to drift off foul just out of reach of Pillsbury. And that one's off, and it's like deja vu all over again. Foul territory just out of the reach of Pillsbury. So Parker getting his conditioning in here in the 7th inning. Looks like perhaps TJ Machiavelli down in the Warrior bullpen getting loose. 0-2 count. And it's going to be a foul ball just down the third base line. Brassington on deck. Should Sassapan reach safely. Warriors trying to get the double play set up. And that's going to be a base hit through the 5-6.
Now batting number 12, Nick Brassington.
Nick Brassington 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored and an RBI. Runners at first and second now, 13-11 Queens. And as mentioned earlier, this is going to be one of those games where we're scoring probably to the 9th inning, and fortunately the Warriors will hit in the bottom half of the 9th when we get there. $29 hits now in this game, 24 runs. And there's a base hit to left field. Going to fall in front of Pillsbury. The throw to the plate. A good, strong throw, and that's going to be out at the plate. And Cheek is not happy with that call. And having some conversation with the umpire. So Pillsbury comes up and makes the throw to the plate in the air to Garcia. Even more impressive, that was straight in the wind. So an outfield assist for Pillsbury. Gets us at 2 outs now. And we're going to have an ejection here for Queens. So we'll have a brief moment before he leaves the dugout, and we'll resume play. From our vantage point, it looked like the correct call as Garcia made the catch in the air. All right, we're back resuming play here, and Falk with a 1-0 count, couple of outs, and that one's going to get past Garcia and allow Sasapan to score from third. So 14-11 Queens.
No, you're good. It literally, like, he was up like that.
Some excitement from the Queens dugout, not impressing the home plate umpire. Lewis, the center fielder, 1 for 4. Couple of RBIs, couple of runs scored as well. Jacobson, the DH, who started out as the pitcher for Queens, on deck should Lewis reach safely. And this one's fouled back. A swing and a miss.
That felt so good. We're still down by 3.
So we're going to head to the bottom half of the 7th inning, 14-11 Queens.
On weekends, we spend a little bit of time by the river playing Alabama songs we can dance to. Forget about the morning, we can worry about it Monday. So for now, there's nothing more than we have to. I don't know about y'all, but I'm thinking that we should all take the day.
Bottom of the seventh inning here. Queens up 14-11. Duly noted that the sun is back in full force now. So the lights are having limited impact. It's been an overcast day, but been an ominous overcast as the clouds have been in and out. The sun has been helping with the temperature, even though the wind has been blowing pretty well. Not blowing quite as much as it has been thus far today. Garcia takes his first pitch up in the zone. And second pitch up as well. Garcia 0 for 1. He's got a walk and a sacrifice fly, stolen base. And there's a drive to left field. And left fielder going to make the play. So a nice play there by Brassington. A little higher, and Mike could have took advantage of the wind. Couldn't quite make that happen, and we've got a shift on the infield coming up with Fogle coming to the plate. Chance 1 for 3 with an run scored and an RBI. A walk as well, and he'll take this pitch outside for ball 1. Fogle swinging, sending this one out to center field. Ty King Richards 2 for 4 with a run scored and RBI. As mentioned, all but 2 Warriors have hits today, or in this game rather. Olmsted and Ludwig with 3 each. Ty King Richards and O'Malley and Pillsbury with a couple. Ty King Richards going to drop this one down just in front of Brassington in left field. He'll pick up another hit today. So 3 Warriors now with 3 hits here in this third and final game of the series. Josh Galloway at the plate. Galloway with a swing just in foul territory over the bag. Ty King Richards at first with 2 outs. Galloway's going to send this one down just beyond Queen's bullpen. Couple outs, and with Ty King Richards' speed, a ball in the gap should definitely score him. As mentioned earlier, Galloway extending his hitting streak to 15 with the base hit earlier in the game. There's a pop-up down the right field line that's going to be trouble, and can't get to it, and that's going to score Ty King Richards. And Castellano almost gets hit by the ball coming in from the outfield in first base coaching box. But Galloway with a base hit down the line. Second baseman Aldifer diving on the play, shaken up just a little bit. Looks like he might have gotten the wind knocked out of him. Athletic training staff for Queens out there taking a look at him. So with Ty King Richards scoring, cuts the deficit to only 2, 14-12 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. So Aldifer gets his breath back and going to head back to second base. We're going to resume play here momentarily.
How did he go down? Did he go down like with the knee leg first? Did he like die?
He dove the ball. Yeah. I was watching everything else.
Zach O'Malley, 2 for 3 with a run scored, an RBI, a walk. O'Malley was hitting well above 400 for much of the season. Productive day today will push his average back up. Galloway in scoring position, so a base hit should score him from second with 2 outs. Pull the Warriors within 1. If O'Malley can find a hole somewhere. O'Malley with a drive out to left field. Brassington struggling with his son, but is able to make the play. But not before the Warriors pick up a run. We'll head to the 8th inning, 14-12 Queens. We're back with you at the con. Some minor technical difficulties there for a second.
Now batting number 13, Nathan Pickard.
Josh Asbel with a play at shortstop just in time. Third baseman Pickard 2 for 4 today, or rather in this game.
After the first game, they said I sounded too sweet on the phone.
Just the way you said it was like, oh.
Ashton Falk back out for the Warriors.
She has 59 goals, and the girl from Emmanuel has 57.
There's a fly ball out to right field. Chance Fogle in. Makes the play for 2 quick outs.
Now batting number 27, Alex Sexton.
Do assist, how much do assists factor into goals? To offensive player of the year?
Right fielder Alex Sexton
I just know that
took over for Foster a few innings ago. He's currently 0 for 1. Falk in his second inning of work. 1 hit, 1 run. It was unearned. 1 walk, 1 strikeout. That one gets by Garcia.
I think he definitely does. The number 2 player is 65 points.
I don't know why I just thought of that.
The high fly ball to center field. Wind may carry this one out, and it does. So any baseballs that are getting hit high up in the air,
You can only do conference stats. Oh. For conference. That's right. So let me. I need a conference summary says hot.
are getting way out.
I mean, she still leads in goals.
That one probably would have been caught just in front of the wall. And Hunter Hubbard out talking with the home plate umpire. And he's going to go over and looks like they're going to check a bat. And looks as if they're going to see if their pine tar is too high up on the barrel. So they'll measure it here against home plate. Actually, they may just be taking it away from the dugout so they can talk more clearly. Originally thought they were just checking for the sticker, but I believe now they actually may be checking the pine tar.
So that did they just take away? Would it be coming out, or what would the situation be? Yes.
So this discussion continues out in front of home plate. And you have to think the longer the discussion goes on, the longer it might go in the favor of the Warriors. So we have all four coaches from Queens out. And they're still having conversation. It was obviously something that was noted earlier, because as soon as section reached home plate, Hunter Hubbard was out, slow walk to the umpire. So a long discussion here. Head coach Ross Steedley from Queens was ejected earlier in the game. So he is currently not in the dugout for this particular discussion. And I'll be honest with you, I've never seen umpires take this long for any type of play, even as controversial as this one might be. Warrior infield, it's on the mound. Obviously a pivotal play with 2 outs and a home run. Now Hubbard is going to make his way to the mound, and I'm sure he was told he'd be charged a visit. And looks like we have conclusion. And I don't believe it's going to go in favor of Queens, because the home plate umpire is now giving a detailed explanation as to why the bat might be illegal. So now the assistant coach is getting a little more animated, so you would have to think that hitter's going to be called out, the run's going to be taken off the board, and we'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Watched a lot of baseball, but never had a situation where the bat has caused such a lengthy delay in the game. At some point, we are needing to move on with this game in terms of pitchers. This would be the 3rd out if it goes the way it seems, so the Warriors will head to the dugout, and Falk will have retired the side. There is action in the Queens. Now they're putting it across the plate, which I thought they were going to do at the start of this. We are probably approaching the 10-minute mark in this delay. And quite honestly, we're at the point that a call needs to be made one way or the other.
No, I went in, I hit enter. Or this is editing.
So you'll just do, you would give it to
The assistant coach is getting more animated. And I'm really not sure why the conversation is continuing on. We're going to stay right here instead of going to commercial break, just to, if you are viewing at home, just to give you the opportunity to watch what we are, which is now turning into a delay that is, and so it looks like, hang on. Okay. We have been awarded the decision.
-1 on home. Okay, I hit the wrong one. There you go.
So it's going to go back to 14-12. We're back here at the con after a lengthy delay due to a bat having too much pine tar. So if you are just joining us or were with us and as confused as we were as to why the delay was so lengthy, Sexton hit a home run for Queens. However, once he touched home plate and moved toward the dugout, Southern Wesleyan head coach Hunter Hubbard came out and asked for the bat to be looked at. The umpires looked at the bat, determined a lot of pine tar. A lot of pine tar in excess, rather. It took the umpires quite a long time to make that decision, and once they did, it took almost as long for them to have the conversation with the Queens assistant coach.
Oh, that's a great thing to hear.
So the 15-12 lead evaporated into 14-12. That was the third out of the inning.
That makes me feel very nice.
So both bullpens are now getting some action. Cliff Olmstead, who has a couple of home runs today. We have 31 hits in today's second game of the doubleheader. Queens Jacobson also has 2 home runs. He's got 2 3-run shots. Olmstead has a 2-run home run and a solo home run and fouls this one off in the Warrior dugout. As I mentioned earlier, Queens' productive offense came in hitting, I think, .305 as a team. And they've got 15 hits here in Game 2. Jacobson started on the mound. Assumed the DH once he came out of the game, was relieved. Pitch out of the zone, puts us at 2-2. One out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. A back and forth game. A lot of crooked numbers on the board. Olmstead fouls this one off and comes back on into the field of play. Olmstead draws a 1-out walk. This brings second baseman DJ Ludwig. Ludwig has 3 hits. He's 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored, an RBI, and a stolen base. So seven out of the 9 Warriors have hits today. And 6 of those have 2 or more. Ludwig takes this pitch away for 1-0 count. A lot of hits in this second game of the doubleheader. some wind-aided home runs due to the gusty winds, and some home runs that would have been out regardless of the wind. Queens has 3 home runs. Southern Wesleyan has 2. Olmsted has both of those. He currently resides at first base with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th, and that's a pitch for a strike. So the Warriors can somehow chip away at this deficit or go ahead. You might think TJ McAvelli, who's been warming up in the bullpen for a few innings now, as Ludwig assumed ball 4, home plate umpire made a decision against that, and it's now full count with 1 out. McAvelli's been in the bullpen warming up for a couple of innings, and Ludwig sends this one out to left field, but Brassington's going to make the catch. Olmsted's going to retreat back to first base. So 2 outs, and Josh Asbel, Warrior shortstop, 0 for 4. A couple strikeouts.
DJ's with the Grills. That was 2, like last year.
In the midst of all the excitement, I missed the pitching change. Jordan Briones making his 8th appearance, 3.75 ERA, comes in with an 0-1 record. Approaching 6 hours at the ballpark today. Called strike on Asbel. We appreciate the volleyball team assisting up in the press box. That pitch just misses inside Queen's dugout. Wanting a strike. It just missed. 3-1 now. Asbel sends this one out to left field, and it's going to get down, diving center fielder with 2 outs. Olmsted's going to score just ahead of the throw into the plate. Center fielder Lewis made a gallant effort there, but the wind kept pushing this one away from him off the left-handed bat. And Braxington in left field didn't have an opportunity. He was playing more away from the gap toward the line. So 14-13, couple outs here. Asbel at second with a stand-up double. Juan Garcia looking for his first hit of the day. He has scored a run. Walked in a sacrifice fly. Pitch just misses inside. McAvelli has stopped throwing in the bullpen, so he may have already made his way into the Warrior dugout. I'm not exactly sure. It's going to be a tough play. Garcia's got a lot of speed, and he's going to be safe, but they're going to call him out tough view there for the field umpire. And Garcia looked as though he got his foot in well ahead of the pitcher covering first base, and assistant coach Corey Castellano is upset, and Hunter Hubbard's going to make the slow walk out, and I'm sure he's going to no, that's just to bring Garcia and Castellano back. That was a tough break there for the Warriors. That really looked as if Garcia, I knew it was going to be a tough play just by the positioning of the baseball, and Garcia can flat out get down the line. But we're going to head to the ninth inning. We'll be back shortly. We're back here for the ninth inning of Game 2 today. Nick Alderfer, the second baseman.
Now batting number 22, Nick Alderfer.
Ashton Falk still on the mound for Southern Wesleyan, and Alderfer fouls this one off to our left. 14-13, Queens currently leading in the top half of the ninth inning.
There's so many pictures. I'm losing track of who would be winning.
32 hits in this game, 27 runs.
Because there have been a lot.
And Alderfer is quickly down 0-2. Shortstop Melton awaits on deck.
Took me a minute to realize what you were asking. And I was like,
That pitch is up.
that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh no.
Royals have used 3 pitchers today. Jacobson went 3 2/3, came out, assumed the designated hitter. Madoff comes in, pitches 3 1/3, and Briones just pitched the 8th inning.
Now batting number 28, Nick Melton.
And Alderfer goes down on strikes. Melton is 1 for 4, the run scored. And there's another foul ball off beyond third base. Due up for the Warriors will be the top of the lineup in Fogle, Richards, and Galloway. So between those 3, there's 6 hits and 5 RBIs today. And that's going to hit Melton, so he'll get a free pass.
Now batting number 3, Riley Cheek.
Machiavelli back in the bullpen, rather, warming up. Riley Cheek at the plate. He's 3 for 3, 2 runs scored, a couple of walks, and a couple of stolen bases. So he's been active here in Game 3 of the series.
There's words that you like purposefully mispronounce sometimes, but it's just become habit, and so like sometimes you're speaking to them in conversation and accidentally say words wrong that you usually intentionally say.
That pitch up in the zone.
My grandpa can
Garcia out to talk to Falk.
Like, I always say Macedonia. And so when I'm talking, I'm like, there are other words too, but I was like, well, I purposely say wrong. I always say, let me know.
So if the Warriors can keep it within one, they have the top of the lineup. Some speed coming out of the lineup as well. A couple of hot bats in Tykeem Richards, Galloway, and O'Malley. Pillsbury's also been swinging the bat well as of late, should it get to him. And at that point, there's going to be some base runners. And speaking of base runners, that's going to get past Garcia. And allow Melton to reach second base. Spirited game 2 here this afternoon. We've had a lot of action. And that one's going to get through the 5-6. Pillsbury up, and they're going to respect his arm from earlier where he had an assist from the outfield, threw out the runner at the plate. That was considered to be a controversial call on behalf of Queens, and now Sassapan, the catcher, 2 for 5, a couple runs scored and a couple of RBIs. And that's going to be up in the zone, just a little bit off the plate. So he's going to draw an intentional walk here to load the bases and get a force play.
Now batting number 12, Nick Brassington.
And that looks like it's going to be the end of the day for Falk. And most likely TJ McAvelli is going to be called in from the bullpen. And there we go. So we'll take a break. We'll have a pitching change. We'll get back and fill you in here soon. We're back here at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field. Bases loaded, 1 out. Queens up 14-13. Graduate student T.J. Machiavelli out of the pen for the Warriors. It's going to be TJ's 11th appearance. He has started 9 games, so only the second time he's come out of the bullpen. So a relatively new situation for him this year. He has had plenty of opportunities out of the pen over the course of his career, so nothing new in that aspect. And this ball's fouled off.
Riley's gonna be very subconscious. Ironically, she's laughing more.
Riley laughs out of nervousness. Yeah, it's like my coping mechanism. You should say one of my
Not a terrible
that I
coping mechanism.
coached for club.
That pitch
Afraid of diving, like would not dive, and we
off the plate, 1-1. So this is
and so we would not let her get out until she dove.
perhaps the biggest at bat of the game, and we've had a lot of big at bats, as you might imagine, with 27 runs. But the bases are loaded. Left fielder Brassington at the plate. That was just after Sassapan was intentionally walked to load the bases and put on a force play. And we are at a 2-1 count. Brassington's 2 for 4 with an RBI, 3 runs scored. And that pitch just inside as well.
You said it so calmly. You're like, I'm positive. I'm like, okay.
Foul ball off beyond third base. So bases loaded walk.
Would that be an RBI?
Punches across the 15th run for Queens. So the gamble by the Warriors to load the bases intentionally for the force play doesn't pay off right there. Center fielder Lewis, who's 1 for 5 with a couple runs scored, couple of RBIs.
But yes, it's earned. Yes.
And that one is up over the shoulder, so Machiavelli's struggling a little bit with command. His release point just a little bit off. Missing on the inner half, and again missing inside. So he's at 2-0. Nobody warming up in the bullpen, so this one's going to be TJ's to finish, it looks like. And changed his delivery a little bit, coming more over the top and missed up. So 3-0 now on Lewis. And that pitch is going to be up. So back-to-back walks with the bases loaded.
Now batting number 31, Tanner Jacobson.
That's been out of the last.
Designated hitter Jacobson up at the plate. He started this game on the mound for Queens. Remained the designated hitter and has 3 hits, 2 of those home runs. And Garcia is going to make a slow walk out to the mound. We now have some action going on in the Warrior bullpen. I'm guessing that's going to be Aaron Bennett. It's going to take a while for him to get ready, as hasn't even begun to toss yet. So Machiavelli's going to have to bear down here and try to work out of this jam. And still missing inside, so can't quite make that adjustment in his delivery, his release point. There's a pop-up down the left field line just beyond third base. Actually, it's going to be a tough play for Galloway, but he makes the play. Our view was obstructed by the clubhouse, but he makes the play. That's going to be 2 outs now. And third baseman Pickard, 2 for 5, makes his way to the plate for the Royals. So if the Warriors can get out of this, just down by 3, we'll have the top of the lineup. A base hit would score most likely 2, and that would take it away from tying it up in 1 swing. So you want to make sure you don't allow that to happen if at all possible. Both teams have scored in almost every inning. In fact, there has not been a complete inning we haven't had a run scored. That is Aaron Bennett down in the pen, and perhaps Aiden Evans also getting loose. And there's a pop-up to left center field. Ty King Richards over, and that's going to end the top half of the 9th, but not before Queens picks up a couple of more runs. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th, 16-13 Queens. In for the Royals is going to be Zach Kelly. Kelly comes in 0-3, his 15th appearance. Royals only have 4 saves on the year. Bagwell has 2 coming in. He received the save earlier today. He's at 3, so they got 5 on the year. Kelly comes in, as I mentioned, 4.88 ERA, his 15th appearance. He is 0-3 on the season. Chance Fogle fouls this one off beyond the third base dugout. Chance is 1 for 4. The run scored at RBI, a walk. Warriors needing some base runners, obviously, to make anything happen. One-two count now. Fogle took the first pitch for a called strike, fouled the second one off. And watch this one out of the zone. A swing and a miss. Center fielder Ty King Richards steps up to the plate with 3 hits today. He's 3 for 5. A couple of runs scored on RBI for the center fielder out of Georgia. Ground ball out to the shortstop, and he comes through. Melton makes a nice play to record the second out of the inning. So the Warriors are down to their final out, and it comes in the form of Josh Galloway. A couple of hits, 3 RBIs. So we'll see if Galloway can extend it, give O'Malley an opportunity to come to the plate, and he's first pitch swinging as well. Galloway down 0-1. This one's going to get out of play. So Galloway down to his final strike. Warriors down to their final out. Hard-fought game. A lot of exciting action throughout Game 2 of the doubleheader here today. And that pitch just off the plate keeps the Warriors alive for at least one more pitch. If Galloway can reach, we mentioned O'Malley, and then if he reaches, Pillsbury. So we've got an opportunity here with these 3 hitters, and that ball's sent out to deep right center field, but right fielder Ridge into play now is going to make the catch to end the game. And so an intense Game 3 of the series concludes. Queen defeats the Warriors 16-13. Glad you're able to join us this evening. Warriors back in action at home as they host Limestone.